Today we are doing finishing touches. So yesterday we got to the point where we figured out how to do the whole voting logic. So we want to make this button actually report that a library is a problem for Scala migration. And we need the logic to actually store votes in the database. And we finished quite dirty, but well, simple code using Alpine.js that handles the logic of graying out the button when a user presses it. So next bit for today is to figure out this part. I have commented it out so that we can have a clean compile, but this is the code that we need to do. And we don't have this method. There is no vote for project method on the repo. So first thing to do would be to do exactly that. Now it's another question, because this repo is a project with latest release repo. And that's not exactly what we would like to use in this case. So I guess what we should have is that we probably should have a separate repo. So let's rename that. And that would be projects repo. Next one would be votes repo. It's not gonna be a real repo. Votes are probably just going to be a separate table that stores stuff. So it's more like how was it called? DAO, DAOs. So it's probably gonna be more like DAO, but let's go with a convention and name it a repo, even if it isn't a repo. So the difference is we don't really need the whole repo infrastructure for that. I'm wondering if we actually need that in any way. I guess there's no pain in doing that. I think we already have something like a DAO for rejected artifacts here. And in the end, there's no real entity that would have 4 votes. So in the end, it probably makes much more sense to do this. Maybe we don't even need an instance that we would pass here. So let's try and see what we can get with this. We need the capability to connect the database, and yeah, it's gonna be either. Now we want to increment stuff, and we want to do that's not gonna fly. What was the best way to do increments? Let's see. I actually don't remember. Oh, that's true. But the nextval isn't perfect. I don't think nextval is a good approach. You can get skips. If we get in a transaction is rollback, sequence goes up, but your counter is broken. Why the sequence? Next wall. Increment the counter. I guess upsert is the best thing to do, really. So let's start with that. Now let's force the GPT to do our work for us. Let's call it this way. Yeah, this should work. Now, this should return, it's an update. We don't do a returning clause, and we don't really care about that. I don't really have an idea on presenting that information to users yet. Maybe we will do that, but for now it isn't really important. So we just want to store the vote for now. So this is fine, but we don't have the table. Let's rename that. So how did we call that? It's project ID. Oh, we did that with the changed. With the change convention. I'm still meaning to fix the convention. It should be with underscores. I don't know why I did that this way. So should it be a primary key? Definitely should be indexed. Question is, because it's not gonna be a project ID. That's a serial. And projects have organization repo. They don't have a single column for project. It's only available on the artifacts table here, and we store it as varchar with 1,000 possible characters. We don't need artifact ID. We just need the vote count. Yeah, I guess integer is fine. And just those two things. Yeah. Oh, I wanted to show you something, by the way. So we have deployed the fixed scraping job yesterday in the end of the stream, and today we can go to the end of this and we can see this. Scraping job took 6 hours, 19 minutes. So we did a full scrape, and it's going to wait for 17 hours to start a new one. It's probably going to start pretty soon. I mean, the new scraping job. Doesn't really matter. The important bit is that it works and we have the full database that is available in Scala, minus projects that are not on GitHub, but we don't have a way to get them. I mean, the other ones. So I guess what we could do is pull the database from our dev environment, which is the full database, so that we can see stuff locally as it is, as it will look like in prod. And I think we have this fetch db dump script. I'm just gonna be, better safe than sorry, have this approach today, because the last time we were using that, you might recall, I basically forgot that I'm using a database on 5433 that was the dev database, so I dropped the dev database. So instead of failing successfully like we did last time, let's just quickly review that everything is fine. I guess it is, we don't have the context for kubectl, so it will fail. We need to do setx, and we need kube config, and we are in app, so it's gonna be like this. Yes, and we have Scala today, so we should be able to say fetch db dump. I'm wondering how big it is. Shouldn't be a problem. In the meantime, is there anything left that we need to do? This is fine. I was wondering if we could have that project, the primary key should have references to artifacts table, but that doesn't give us anything really. Maybe just to, I'm wondering, because currently the current structure of the database won't allow us to do, we can join this. We can join from views, but not from projects. And this is sadly by design. This is the raw data as we get it from Scala. So this is partially processed, and we are probably just going to mostly work with the data from the view table. I think there is some data I think lost when we're doing this transition to this view over that. But in the end, do we really need a relationship? It would only matter if we wanted to display those votes. So it's a question whether we want to, and does it really matter for now? I don't think we really want to do that, at least for now. So this is probably fine. Oh, cool. I've seen that before. It's probably going to just fail, so we can stop it and restart the whole process. I don't know why that happens. PG restore just, it has its own humors. Anyway, I think we can go here and fix HTTP layer. So we aren't going to do this. It's called votes, I guess. And store vote. You know what? This piece is repeating so much. I think it's bound to land in util. So we already have some extensions here. It's not a big problem, I think, to just add another one. We need that to be on EA. Yes, on either. No, not okay. Left. Yeah, we don't need using aux. Do we want this to be? I guess we could do this like this, so that we can have this extension only working for iders that have something that is a subtype of a throwable here, and that returns the same ider. We want this to be a chained operator. Yeah, left. And what we did was map, basically. Just want to map exactly. I think that's all. That's the whole bit. So it should be possible to clean this mess up a little bit. So it's gonna be, let's take the message, log error, and that's all. Same here. And here. Oh, right. It does consume the T on its own inside, so we don't need to pass the T. Much nicer. Do we have any others? Yeah, we do have one here. That's also log error. Okay. No other direct things here. God damn. Just failing to get it correctly. If it fails another time, I guess we'll just drop the cleaning part and try to run this command manually. Oh, come on. Huh, okay. Page restore is failing us. Chat, do you have any ideas why page restore is acting like this? Come on, come on. Oh yes. Okay, now it worked. Okay, I have no idea why. But yeah, now it's fine. So let's see what is the count. What is the count here? 8,000 projects. So this is 8,000 projects. What is the total count? If we were to take a look at artifacts, Not here, here. So this is connected to our local database. Okay, 1 million. That's a bit surprising. Is there just, 700,000 projects on services different than GitHub? Because I believe that Scala DEX, yeah, I think it reports 1,800,000 artifacts. The number of projects is kind of similar, right? Huh. Let's see, projects. Okay, that is almost the same. 318. We are missing one project. Huh. And wow, a lot of artifacts. Interesting. What's the count on production Scala index? So more projects, like almost 800, right? And a little bit more artifacts. Interesting. I don't know why is that the way it is. But we're gonna leave the investigation for future releases. Okay, so we have votes. I guess our app should now just apply this migration without any issues. Oh, what is the problem? 26. That doesn't compile. Oh, right. So that uses an implicit conversion. Yeah, and this implicit conversion is just taking throwables. I guess it should just work, right? It's called throwable to loggable message in the log feature. No, found a unit. Oh, right, but this is E. I'm starting to get confused. Wait, what? Oh, god damn, everything is fine. I mean, at least I think it is. It's just that we need to return the error. Right. Cool. So now that doesn't compile. Why? Oh, the previous code that we had here, I think it, yeah. Oh, right. So the problem is, this is fine, but the code that we had was doing something like that. So this was fine. The whole bit was fine. We just don't want to return the error itself. We want to discard that. And now everything is fine. And we could have another variant that doesn't discard. So it would do the bit with returning the E value. But we don't care about that for now. And I think we are fine. We have this added here. We have this here. Okay. Simple enough. Okay, I guess it's time to start that. I believe I have disabled scraping locally. Yeah, scraping and migrations are disabled, so that's not gonna work because we do need to perform migrations. Oh, cool. Error. Syntax error near primary. Okay. Can varchar be primary key? Or is this the other way around? Oh, it's just the other way around. Cool. Cool. So we should be able to visit our site now. Okay. And we have some libraries here in our local state. And you can see that it works. So the button is grayed out, which is nice. We can drop this. Refresh the site. Okay, and now Psom was released yesterday, that's true. So we have a new version and everything seems fine. We can see here that it is here, and we can click the blocking button, open console, see if there's an error. Doesn't look like there's an error. And yeah, it remembers that we already voted. Let's just do a quick count from votes. No, it's not votes. It is. Schemas, public, tables. Oh, table is missing. Or the connection is borked. That doesn't make much sense, to be honest. Ah, it was borked. Okay, so we have a count, and let's do all. Cool. So I guess the basic setup is working fine. Let's say that Codasi engine Scala seed is blocking me, and then also this is on Scala free. Kitlang no stubby Scala free. Google APIs. HTTP4S. Looking for something that is Scala. Oh, okay. So Spotify SIO is blocking me. Okay, so we should probably fix this. because that's kinda infuriating. Clean up logs and voting, because we know that it works now. We don't need to pollute the console. Okay. So visual stuff is left basically. We have the core functionality done for now. So visual stuff that is borked, definitely it shouldn't open when clicking this button. And it shouldn't probably open when clicking this button because it takes you out of the site. So what is the handler? I have to admit I completely forgot how this opening works. I think it was this thing. X show, X transition. But what was the trigger? Oh, the click on TR. How do we tell that it shouldn't work on hrefs? So, I mean anchors. It shouldn't work on anchors. Let's maybe try talking with AI about that. Click stop. Okay. Interesting. We have those things here, so I guess it's just another thing that we need to do. It's going to always take the value. I don't really want that. We could have to let's start with one and we'll see. So hrefs would need this. I mean anchors. Okay. Required modifier. So it has to have something bound to that. Why? Let's try that. Templates. Now it compiles. Okay, it's not doing anything now. Now it's fine, we can click on anything, but those things don't toggle the behavior. Nice. Just works. Cool. Um, Chat, any other stuff that is shitty from visual perspective in your opinion? Um, what we could do, that's a pain point for me. It's not really um, responsive design. It's actually quite bad in this regard. Yeah. This is far from a nice experience. Also, the position of Scala today here is not very nice. It would be nicer if it was just symmetrical. So what is the layout here? Okay, so this has, I think it's MB10, margin bottom 10. Right, it's margin bottom 10. How would it look like if we had margin top 10? Any better? Now it looks like there's too much space. Because there is too much space. Yeah, that looks kinda good. There's padding 4 here. Maybe we don't need the padding. Can we drop the padding? What happens if we do the... Oh, so that's why we had padding. Yeah. Okay, the padding is fine. And I guess margin top is fine. We can add that. Where's the top level? Oh yeah, it's here. P4 T5. Okay, it's fine. So the problem with this table, by the way, it's something that we inherit from preline. So you can see it doesn't work nicely in their own examples here too. And I'm not sure if they have something like something that would help us with hiding of some of the columns, maybe when you're in responsive view. Because what is the other, chat? Do you have any bright ideas about how to handle data tables like that on phones? Is it fine for such tables to be just scrollable left and right? Is this the expected user experience? I don't know. But yeah, we do inherit that. So in the end, it's the same thing here. Oh, this could also not be just a timestamp. On the other hand, I'm not a big fan of human readable formats and data tables. Like 5 minutes ago, not very informative. If you get back to your browser after some time and you see that, oh, it's like 5 minutes ago, but I refreshed this site the last time 4 hours ago. So not very nice. The correct point in time is better. Do we need? I think we don't really need the second part. So we could just format that. Maybe add. Oh. What the hell is that? Okay. Interesting. Oh, yes, we have all of our PSM artifacts. Cool. Yeah. No search query. Oh, and this should take us to the main site, by the way. It should just go, should be an href. I mean Anchor. God damn it. I'm always going to, I'm going to always name anchors hrefs. No idea why. So it's just href. And that's the funny part. I think we can just do this. We'll be fine. Yeah, it's fine. Cool. Works. So let's do dates formatting and dates formatting and maybe search improvements. And the next bit for this, because all the other stuff that we want to do, scraping GitHub API to fetch data about those projects, that's all very nice, and there are other features that we can add here that would give us more information about the state of ecosystem. So that's all on the application level, but there's a lot of stuff that I think we should also do on infrastructure level, because if we are going to have this site working and have it running and being used by community, I have a feeling that it would make a lot of sense to include some additional things, additional applications that would help with maintenance and just checking whether the application is running. So I did some research about what I would like to do with that, and this goes into the discussion I had with Kuba Kozłowski, one of the contributors to CATS, and what is, I think, interesting is that we can deploy a lot of stuff. So the discussion with Kuba was about whether we would like to have environment deployed by BSM that would form a skeleton of true application deployment. So if you want to have analytics, it should deploy something for analytics. If you want to have let's say uptime monitoring, it should deploy something for uptime monitoring. And that obviously goes if you want to do self-hosted stuff. If you prefer cloud deployments, well, you would usually use cloud services for stuff like that. So logging, handling, tracing, things like that, you get that with tools built into the cloud. But this is not running on cloud. This is running on Hetzner, where I have been logged out again. Yeah, but I'm not going to log in right now. But it's running on a bare-bone VPS server. It's not running on anything like a true cloud. I mean, it's a lightweight cloud, so to say. So if we want to have all those additional services, we basically need to deploy them on our own. And deploying them on our own is massively cheaper than paying for cloud services. You usually pay a lot for basic services on AWS or GCP. So I would like to build something that would enable people to build more stuff in Scala and have the ease of managing that. So there are few things that are useful in this regard. One time I remembered I wanted to do is Kuma uptime, I think it was called. Yeah. So this is one infrastructural thing. And it's something like run scope. I think there was a service and SaaS service called run scope. So it's monitoring your uptime, and it's just issuing requests. I know that Kubernetes is already doing that to some degree, but this is this has a nice dashboard, and it also has a pretty nice integration with there's not much here motivation. You get notifications about stuff that is not working correctly. So if you get 500s from the endpoints that you marked in Uptime Kuma, it is able to send you a notification. I'm not sure what channels are there built in. I think there was Telegram, which is kind of obvious. But I think they had Slack integration too. Oh, Telegram, Discord, Godify, whatever Godify is, Slack, pushover, email. Oh, and 90 plus notification services. Awesome. So yeah, useful. I wanted to host PostHog for analytics. All of that stuff can be self-hosted. Those are open source products that you can deploy on your own. And obviously we have Kubernetes also. So Kubernetes would require some monitoring on its own level. So Kubernetes metrics, probably it would make some sense to deploy something similar to what Software Mill is working on. I've discovered that like 2 weeks ago, I think. Software Mill is building their DevOps team is building an open source project that is basically a monitoring stack. So that would also probably help. I think they added tracing recently to the mix. I think it's called Mongoose? No. GitHub. It should be under GitHub. What? Overlay. Language. It's probably going to be JavaScript because they are using Pulumi JavaScript. Meerkat. Not Mongoose. Meerkat. So they have Grafana stack from what I recall here. So Loki, Grafana, Tempo, and Mimir. Looks good to me, stack. Cool. I think we could get inspired. I mean, steal it. Shouldn't be a lot of work given that it's just we would just need to translate that into Scala manifests. So yeah, so the infrastructure stuff like observability, and we definitely should have observability, analytics with PostHog, and Uptime Kuma with downtime notifications. I guess this is the necessary scope to do stuff properly. Monitoring uptime, monitoring metrics, alerting. Yeah. I think they don't have logs. Do they have logs here? That's just telemetry. I think Loki is Loki. It's a logging stock. Okay. Interesting. Cool. So let's add that to. I think we have this done. We don't have checkboxes. This bug in scraper is fixed. That was rate limiting. So we're getting HTML from Cloudflare, and so we need uptime Kuma, we need posthoc for analytics, and the last bit would be observability stack. Okay, we can drop this. We don't need that anymore. So, from stuff that we need to complete today before we can delve into our infrastructure layer a bit to prepare for first prod rollout, I guess we only want to do the version formatting and the changes to search, right? And fix date, released date formatting in main table. Cool. Search improvements. Search improvements or dates. Let's start with dates. That's gonna be easier. I think. So I think we also can drop this. We don't need the checkbox thing, so we can start really cleaning up things. Datetime format. Okay, I guess we need to create our own formatter. Where are we using this? Scope. Okay. That's also private. Yeah. This is almost what we want, I guess. Yeah. And I think there was a second one here, yeah. We could leave seconds in the expanded table, right? Let's see how it works. Let's see how it looks like. Okay. We could also make this more explicit regarding the fact that it's UTC. Oh, nope. Um, I think it was just like, oh, I can't find the button. I think it was just with single quotes, wasn't it? See, doesn't look great, right? Should it be just UTC? What do you think? Should we leave this as UTC? It's not absolutely wrong, I guess, with UTC here. Yeah, I think it's fine. It looks a bit better. You know, I'm the last person to ask about aesthetics, to be honest. So, search fixes, and that's gonna be interesting. Um, I talked about it yesterday. I would prefer if we had some processing for the query and different query selection routes. So currently we only do querying based on the search query, which is using I-like structure. So I-like feature of the database. That's probably fine. Like we can say IO Scala land. I think it should work. Yeah, it does. So you can search by group ID. Com type safe. Yeah. So if you have artifacts in this group, it does find them. But what I would prefer, I think the type safe config library, I think it's not, the group is just com type safe config. So we can drop those things here, and I would prefer if this worked this way. If I could do this, I can't do this. This would also be acceptable, if you ask me. I would like to do this, and I would also like to do this. So this works, but it finds all these sub-projects, and we are just, lucky that Akka was released recently. It could be on, the last page. So that's not the best search experience. So I would like, for the query, I would like, this should be probably in this. We should call this row query, use this here, and now build a true query here. Trim, yeah, trim definitely makes sense. But I would prefer to parse it. What is the best way to do this? Maybe we could do the parsing step before on this level. Just define an enum. I don't know. Anyway, let me fetch some tea, and I'll be back with you in a few minutes. Welcome back. We have a drama queen with us here. So that's Apollo, and he's kind of loud, but decide not to be loud now. So where were we? We're talking about this bit. Do we want to make a custom parsing structure for query here? And do we want to get this already parsed, or should we do parsing step here? I think we should define an enum. And it would be that it would have cases, a plain, advanced. Oh, no. But, you know, good guesses, Copilot, good guesses. Let me get my walking pad going. And the next bit is artifact. Artifact. So artifact would have row. Yeah, but we also would have group ID, string, and artifact ID, also string. And we would have project. So it would have row. Yeah. And now we just need to provide oh it's always going to return something. So first thing is that we want to handle projects. And how do we do that? So yeah. Oh, okay. So it proposes that we do a fallback. It's actually a good idea. We don't need this. If we have two elements, so we have organization and project, and just two things. So this would end up, if we have two forward slashes, we would get a plain query. If we have just one and two elements split by that, separated by the single slash, that is a project. Now this is fine. There's a fallback to plain, and we can do this, or but how do we handle this logic? Let me just quickly take a look here. So between group and artifact name, in Scala we usually use 2 double colons. It can be 3 double colons if the artifact is native or Scala.js, so other platforms. If it's cross-compiled against other platforms. For Java we would have 1. So we probably should support all free notations, just to keep everyone on the same page. Yeah, this is fine, but this isn't fine. So I guess we should do something like replace. Yeah, and then and then replace. Are you getting me, my idea here? Oh yeah, and this is exactly what I wanted. So if it contains single or double or three double colons, so 2 double colons, 3 double colons, we're just gonna gradually go down to a single one, because we know that it should be just 2 elements separated with 1. And this should do exactly what we want. Yeah. Does it compile now? Yeah, it compiles. Cool. So, what the hell? He just jumped. I think we don't really need an apply. So yeah, we need a query. So this is going to be query parse row query. And now this doesn't work. And this actually makes a lot of sense, because this should be no, it still has to use proper query structure, so different queries will get different counts, and we have to use those different queries. I think it's time to move this logic to a separate class. Let's start out here. I think we can move the whole enum there. It makes a lot of stuff it makes a lot of stuff easier to understand, I guess, if it's part of this family. Now what do we need in search? I think search would go here. So that's gonna break a lot of stuff. And what should we get out of that? I think that's the type that we want to obtain. So vector of project with latest release and offset date time. Yeah, so exactly. So Copilot is starting to grasp the intent that I have here. So this is going to be plain, and total pages. Oh, right. So we have to improve this bit with the return. So I think we should also create another. This should be like this. Case class search result total pages and yeah, projects. So this would return this, and this makes a lot more sense if you ask me. No? Oh no, that's query. This should return that. Search result, yeah, that makes sense. Dummy. Okay, cool. It's not a bad idea. If you ask me, to start with dummies, just to make stuff compile. Project, why doesn't it compile? Oh, I guess we need the prefix. Yeah. Okay. So, one thing that is easy to understand that we are going to need is that we need data source and probably repo too. So, search will require that. We can drop this, it's not necessary anymore. So this code is going away. And it's going here. Okay. We need some configuration value here because it's a good question whether we will refactor that later on to be usable by to be provided by user. I don't think we should. It's not the best idea if you ask me. Oh, and that obviously has to be an either of. I think we had throwable here. Didn't we? So that's a unit. Oh right, but we do discarding. Yeah, it's either of unit an error, which is not exactly what we want. So we're gonna stay with either of throwable search result because we want to have situation where this is generic enough. I mean, it's open enough. So we have those two things, and then those two things should go here. Total pages for query and projects. Oh, and we are still missing. Yeah, so this type has to be propagated here. We are missing the page. And this has to be an argument because it's coming from the user. What seems to be the problem? Ah, right. So dummy approach, and this is now wrong indentation level, and this it's not compiling because, oh right, we shouldn't do that. Actually, we might need this second variant that I mentioned before here. You know what? I miss I kind of miss some of the nice things that cats give you, like def s, b. No, I just want so I don't think it even has to be taken by name. Expression of b. What's the problem? Grad b. But we have the type here. Just a moment. Let's fix all the stuff in the correct order. So this will compile now. Thank you. And what is the issue here? Oh right, clash. All right. So yeah, and you know, to be perfectly honest, I just wanted to do, yeah, and I don't have to do this now. And I know, usually as is defined on functor. For now, I don't really care. I just want, you know, to replace that in a single line. Cool. So log error. Now it's not discarding things. What is the problem? Oh no, dbcon makes sense. We have to provide that here. I think we don't need data source because we want to handle transactional control on higher level. And search is always reading; it's never writing. So we can not use the dbtx context. It's not important. Pass that here. Pass that here. Okay. Now, before we start implementing that, let's fix all the other issues. Okay, it doesn't compile for good reasons. I guess not, because what we get is search result. So if we are going to unapply the copilot, it's gonna look like this. Oh, right. There's an yeah. I think we have to fix this way. Like this. Doesn't really matter. Let's just do um, projects. Well, it should just work, right? What is search result here? Nothing. Why? Oh, OK doesn't work, and that's an interesting problem. So OK doesn't crash. But the error type. So this is what you get with this OK combinator. If you have inference, so handle is inferring the type for error channel of the search endpoint, and it should be unit. Now this forces decider to be typed with either unit string, because we have out HTML body UTF-8, and we don't have an error channel, so it has to be unit. Now this should not compile. This OK should not compile. It's a good question why we don't get the correct error here. Oh, we now get it, but different error types and different compile phases are kind of misleading. So this is quite late in compile, in order of compilation. So if there are any other errors here, it won't show that. But this is the source of the problem. That's actually a good problem to talk with Adam and people from compiler team, because this is a rather big usability blunder. You have to know that this is returning a different type. I would prefer to return this exception to this level and handle that only here, but that means that I have to do this. And now it will work. Now it will compile, because now this is correct thing, and this bit is just search result total pages. So yeah, and the same thing here. So this is a problem. We're getting a completely wrong error type, a completely wrong compile error, because this is a transparent inline. Let's make a screenshot. Rather a series of screenshots, so that it's easier to explain. Oh, and maybe this thing also. And this thing. Cool. So we know what's up. I guess it would be reasonable to add this combinator here. We can do discard error now. And it works. Okay. A lot more combinators will be necessary, to be honest, for this to have this, nice experience that you get with Zio, for instance. You have a lot of nice utilities that help you. Yeah, but we're gonna get there. Okay, so missing bit. So we have it is compiling again. Missing bit is again in HTTP at the bottom here in search, and we need those additional search methods. So we don't have those methods defined, and we probably should start with that. Okay, what is our dear Copilot proposing? Select count as count from select. By the way, could we? Thank you. That's a nested query. And the same applies here. So it's select T organization, T repository from T, where T organization equals T org and T project equals T. Okay. Is this the whole bit? Yeah, I think because this is the direct search query with where. So it's not really group by T organization to repo. We do that just because, yeah, it will return one even if there are multiple artifacts, right? So yeah, that's fine. Failed to get page count, that's fine. Cool. And we also need the get page count artifact query. So group ID artifact, yes, Copilot, that's exactly right. Select T organization, T repository from T where group ID and artifact name equals artifact ID group T, group by T organization T repo, like we should. Cool. Okay. Nice. This is where AI really helps. When you need something that is very similar to what you already have, and where Scala shines because it's all type safe. If we made a mistake, compiler would help with that. If it's not a dump typo, that those things would be in mistaken places like this would be here. But it seems that GPTs and whatever is running under Microsoft Copilot, I guess it was called Codex, the model itself. It isn't dumb to, make dump errors. It's not dumb to that level. So search for project, and we're going to have org string, project string, page. And definitely using the beacon. Where's the completion? Okay, thank you, Copilot. What do we get here? So all the columns that we need make sense. Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. From T with where, group by, order by. Yes, that is. Oh no. Oh, we forgot to add a page size. So it improvised. Don't we have page size? No, we don't. It has to be provided. Cool. Join on organization repo. Looks pretty much okay to me. We'll see. Search for artifact. Group ID. String artifact name. Actually, I think we have a misnomer because it's not artifact ID, it's artifact name. Oh, yeah. And interestingly, ChatGPT or whatever is running underneath the Copilot. It did understand the intent better than me. Cool. So artifact name. It's also string. Page size, that's int, and page itself is int with a default of 0. And now I need your help because I don't want to type that. Cool. Are we fine? Table query from T, where group ID, artifact name. Oh, is it going to work? Is it going to work, chat? Yeah, it has to be adjusted, but you know, if I were to write all of that, hi, by the way, one guy. If I were to write it, oh, limit, it's fucked up that. Page size. Yeah, I wanted to make an argument, and then I found out that it fucked up. So it's, you know, it's less writing, if you ask me, a bit less. It's a good question whether typing that out all, you know, from my head would be less error prone. I hope, but I wouldn't say from my experience that that would be always the case, especially when I'm a bit more tired. I would say I would make stupid mistakes like that. Now I'm wondering whether this will work because we're doing aware, but we're doing that before group by. Will it work? We're not grouping by that. I'm not sure, but let's see. You know, what is the better way than, you know, see whether it fails here. So eval total get page count artifact query. Cool. Project repo, yeah. Search for artifact. Page size, page. Oh, we don't have the page here. And the signature, let's add it here. Page logger failed to search projects. Okay, cool. Oh, it's not either. Cool. How? Oh, different error. Yeah, the fact that transparent inlines are resolved so late in the compilation is making this less useful than I would hope it would be. Oh, what is your malfunction here? Oh, page is missing. Yes, right. Yay. And the last one. And this is so, so repetitive that hopefully this isn't going to compile because we don't have an either block. Search projects. Actually, he was right. It should be called search for project. We have a specific name. So it's where was I in? I'm thinking search. Yeah, search for project. Yes. Cool. What the hell? Current exception. No such method. What? Oh, there's a different error. Why are we getting that? Why are we getting this? Did we just find a compiler error? Because yeah, it makes absolute sense. We never constructed search anywhere to pass to HTTP, so it's not here. But okay, this has to be a bug in Zinc. So incremental compiler. How do we even report that? So yeah, there is no such method. That makes absolute sense. There is no such method because we have removed that. So HTTP file, this file was compiled incrementally, but it added this. And for some reason, the dependency on the main to be recompiled because HTTP has changed failed. Zinc didn't detect this this fact. So we are currently running with a corrupt class path where this class app is compiled with different HTTP object constructor signature. What happens if we do this? Will it? No, it's still broken. Shit. I mean, the solution is very easy. I would like to report that. I have no idea how. Funny. You know what? It's on stream. So it's 1:45, quarter to 2 p.m. And I started at 12:05. So there should be a timestamp. So 1 hour and 40 minutes, I guess. Let's make a mark. Yeah, I'm taking those things and talking with people about fixing them. So let's fix this, and that will happen asynchronously. Clean. We need a clean compile. Yeah, and now it sees that okay, HTTP is broken. So the signature is different, and yeah, makes sense. It is different. So repo and page size. And where did we get this page size from? by the way, oh, it's here. It said HTTP. What could we do with that? I would make it a constant for now. Yes, exactly. We don't have HTTP object yet, but we will do just that. Oh, thank you. This is exactly what we wanted. And main, it will be HTTP page size, and we don't have to repeat anything. Cool, it started. Let's see. It still doesn't work. Oh, page none, query from HTTPX, yes. Doesn't work. By the way, to make things start faster, okay. Question is why? Why isn't it working? It's funny. When I contributed to Magnum, I partook in a discussion where the author of the library said that he understands that it's nice to have the safety of this thing, the capability to have column names out of it, the compile time reflected structure over the table that will be used by the entity for which the repo is created, like you can see here. So this is a repo for project with latest release, and this is the project with latest release entity. So we have the column names based on the shape of this case class, and it's the T that we're using here. This is the table info, and he said that he's not really happy about that because you can't just take this and put that into something like, let's say, our dear DB, whatever, dbeaver. Yeah, I kind of get it now. That's a trade-off, to be honest. I would prefer to learn that something isn't working in compile time. But on the other hand, it would be nice, and it's actually an idea for a feature request. It would be nice if it had the capability to render that query, just like let's say Zio Quill does. So Quill has the capability to show it's macro anyway, so it would be nice to see the shape of this query, how it would look like. And from what I recall, we would get this here in problems as info level problem. So we could just copy that. So it would be as a tooltip, visible as a tooltip, the query, and it would be available to be copied. And it would solve this problem because library itself understands that there are things underneath that. And it's going to, it's going to know that this is a concrete string. It's going to interpolate concrete strings into this point. So it knows that this will be a question mark for a prepared query, and all those other things are static names. Yeah, that would improve things. Oh, hi. Sorry, I missed that there's some. Hello, Anshul, and hello. Oh, it's you, one guy again. What terminal is that? That is SciTerm. So it's just configured to work like Quake terminals. It doesn't drop down like it should. So I have on Arch I have Yaquake terminal, and it does, you know, the nice proper animation of falling down. Not that it matters, but you know, being a nerd. But this is just iTerm 2 with some additional settings to, you know, make it show up on a single button, so the tilde button, but not the tilde, but the paragraph button because it's Mac. And yeah, and Anshul, answer your questions. So what web framework am I using? It's not actually a web framework. We're just using tab here. So we are defining endpoints like this, and then we just add them here. And it's the whole HTTP setup that we have, nothing more. One interesting bit is that it's not using any effect system, so we are using Loom with virtual threads with Aux to make this asynchronous, but you know, in a way that looks completely synchronous. Okay, so yeah, I can show you how this works. I think finding items options is always a bit messy. Magic? Wow, whatever. Use GPU rendering always. I think it was here or not. Maybe not. Okay, so this is necessary if you want to have a Quake-like terminal, because this prevents this window from interacting with different other windows. It's a complete overlay if you do this. Now, I don't recall where was the window. Transparency is here, but there was additional setting that you had to turn. Well, obviously you have to have a mapping for show and hide. Shortcuts, no. Advanced, no, it wasn't advanced. It was somewhere here. Current space, you have to do this if you want to. Oh, it's no preference. Should be main screen, by the way. Okay, it's doing something. It just disappears. Yeah, full screen has to be selected here. But now, where is this option for making that work like a Quake terminal? I can't remember. Yeah, sorry, I don't remember. Debugging drawing, no, there's a lot of dumb stuff there. Hotkey, maybe here? Dedicated hotkey, no. God damn. I don't remember. We can search for that. Called default one called hotkey window. 2 profiles. I didn't do that. Appearance and check exclude for hotkey window. Profiles open, profiles default hotkey window. So it was there. Oh, god damn it. Profiles, profile, hotkey, window. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. Can't find it. Yeah. Yeah. It is. It is. I spent like 2 days trying to figure out what I can do to have my Yakwake set up from KDE, and it's close enough. So I'm fine with that. I think there was a way, by the way, getting back to the code, I think there was a way to um, force Magnum to print queries. Let me just quickly find that. No, log queries. Logging queries. Oh my god, it was this thing. It was this thing. Now I remember. So, on one of the streams, we spent some time figuring out how to force debugging. No. And I have deleted that. Oh no. I don't remember. Java util logging level to debug. Okay. Is this the only way? Horrible. Yeah, we did something like that on one of the previous streams. Is it worth the effort? This would be probably the easiest thing. I think it wasn't, by the way, debug, it was finest or fine, because why not? Now, passing the options with Scala CLI, it was a bit tricky. I want the website. Oh, -G, -J. Java options aliases. So if we do, I guess, this. No. How does it work? We are in the run, right? Oh, it's not a continuous thing. Okay. It took its own sweet time to start. Yeah, but we want this. Oh, and it didn't log anything. Awesome. Yeah, I really like this library. It would be slightly nicer if it had safer APIs without throwing, but other than, beside that, it's pretty awesome. Okay. Um, I'm, I'm running out of ideas how to force it to show queries. I should probably have left this piece of debugging logic and just hidden it as an additional function that you can run, but I didn't. Let me grab another tea and we'll be back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. Hello. So where are we? Oh, yes, we are trying to figure out how to print the queries. And this isn't very nice, I have to say. Let's maybe try looking at the API here. Log is loggable, level trace, whatever that means. Let's see. Is loggable. If it's loggable, what is the log here? System get logger. Get class get name. And this class is what? It's just Magnum's package object. Oh my. What can we do? It's such a logging on JVM is always such a pain. You know what? Let's just ask GPT about this directly. Okay. This is root logger. Really? I don't really believe that that is the solution, but I'm fine with anything at this moment. That's the root logger. Trace is finest. So maybe I was just setting fine. Right. Before we do that. Maybe it was just a mistake by my own person here. Fine. Finest. Okay. And refresh query. Fingers crossed. Fuck. No. No. Didn't log anything. Yeah, let's try this. Still nothing. Yeah. Can we just, I don't know. Can we set this level directly? Does it even work? I mean, if we do log info, is there info? No. It's, yeah, let's do something like that. Does it even log anything? Okay, it does log anything. It does log something. So what is the issue? Maybe the root logger is just not the... So it was just here. Yeah. Is this the whole log? 2 lines. So we can't reach that. I'm just, curious what will happen if we do. Let's take this again. Come on, log. Is this actually the root level? If it is, if we do something like that, compiling, come on. Trace is not Java system logger level trace. Apparently. Okay, so it doesn't work. It's not the way to reach the root logger. How do you get root logger in Joule? Isn't there like, I don't know, get root logger? Maybe get global, okay. Doesn't take string argument. No. So GPT was saying that this is the root logger. It isn't the root logger configuration file. We still have this. Java util logging config file logging properties. Fuck Java logging. Sorry, I just it's okay. Finance logging is enabled. Fun. Okay, cool. So is this basically also loggable? If log is loggable, yeah, trace, then print line. Okay, it is enabled. What is it a problem with a logging sync or whatever? Yeah. Such a sad mistake, to be honest, to use Java util logging. I literally hate Java logging frameworks. Chat, do you have any ideas? Any bright conceptions about what we can do to make it work and log stuff? So if we do, because it says that it is loggable on trace level, but it doesn't log that. What if we do log on info? Okay, it still doesn't work. Why? And this logger, I guess it works, right? I have to add the handler. I don't care. I can add the handler. It's Scala free, thank you. Root logger, add handler, whatever. No. Perfect, perfect. That's a happy user story. Wow. It's just not logging. If we do root logger log, not rot, close enough by the way. Log level. So now, but not even the. Okay, maybe the fact that we are using this config file is. Oh, cool. Okay, so the log file is overriding the programmatic configuration in code. Yeah, cool design. I like it. Not. Okay, so we are on this level, and finest is enabled. This is enabled, right? But this logger, so it's the global is not the root logger. Let's retry this story with. Oh, trace logging enabled. This, and where is this string? Where is that? Fuck's sake. So trace is enabled. Trace is enabled here. Trace logging enabled. And this doesn't print anything. But info level does. Debug, maybe. Debug. Is debug working? No. So you can print that. And debug is enabled, but it doesn't print anything. If we go with info here, it's going to just happily work. Yes. Oh, even twice. For some reason. Now it's printing everything twice. Maybe we have two console handlers now. I guess that's the reason. Yeah, I have two console handlers. Fuck. Can we get this? So it's loggable, but it doesn't work. I'm running out of ideas. Let's maybe try again with the file. But let's it has to be, oh yeah, something like this. So the package for Magnum, it is something like this. So this, in theory, it should work. Maybe. because this is just the package object, right? And main finest, and there was this bright idea to use simple formatter, maybe, I don't know. And show the query. Show it. No query. Yeah. Java logging. Awesome. Chapeau. Really, hats off. Awesome. I don't even remember how many years I've already spent fighting with this shit, and it's always like this. Java logging. Okay, I don't care. I give up on that. Let's whatever. I don't think we can do this. So we are using this thing, right? We can just add normal logging and be done with that. Can we get query from the frag, by the way? So what is log SQL method doing? It's taking an SQL string. Okay, yes, we can. Oh, cool. So it should be fairly simple, I think, to do this with our own util. Extension on frag. This is on frag, and we want to yes, but not this SQL query, SQL string. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what we want to do. It is that simple. It is really simple. We just don't need garbage Java util logging thing here. So this we can close, and I think we wanted this on this bit. So log query. Thank you. And now, without further ado, it should just print stuff. Yes. Pure Scala, 2 minutes. Java, 30 minutes. No results. Cool. Use Java. Yep. Java is catching up with Scala. Yes, it is. So, what's happening with this? Okay, we need some offset, some limit, and this should be an akka. Project should be also akka, and we can debug that. Nothing. Cool. Okay, so at least we have a confirmation that something is broken. Another one. What was it? It was control. Yes. Shortcuts. Nothing. How about without group by? Oh yeah. Max is now a problem. and we don't have that, so I'll also comment that out. Wait, what? Oh, I guess we are just doing a stupid mistake, aren't we? Are we? What's on the GitHub? Yeah, it's not a mistake. That is the org and the name, and okay. Well, that cannot have an impact on that. No, it doesn't. That would be stupid. And project. Wait, what is the? Oh, it should be repo, right? Yes. Okay. Dumb typo. And was it me or was it Mr. Wait, it was Mr. GPT. Yeah. So I think I have to trace back and unsay the fact that it doesn't make stupid mistakes. It does. So this should now fix things. Yes. Yes. Awesome. So the second bit is IO Scala land. Cool, but I want chimney. Looky here, this works perfectly. This is this artifact. I think it was IO akka prod. Oh, it doesn't work. Was it com type safe? Akka? I think it was. No. Oh, come on. It's Akka actor. Oh, interesting. Why? Oh. It's a fork, but it's a published fork? What the hell? Interesting bits. Looks like... Well, it can't be because the... No, it can't be. Why is this repo here? It's just a fork. Extremely interesting. It's a fork. It doesn't have its own published stuff. But if it's available there, it would mean that it was mentioned in one of the published XMLs. Very strange. Anyway, it's not a problem. It was just curious. IO Kirky. Can we now find that? Kirky parser. Let's say. Yes. Yes. Yes, it works. And everything else also works. Yeah, awesome. Cool. We are past that and that. So, a plan is we probably should do something about well, first thing in the order of proceedings would be to clean up the code, deploy that to Do we have any debugging stuff left? Frag query main. Do we have anything? No, we should uncomment that. Uncomment scraping job. Now, only bit missing. We could probably also do this. And hope for the best, by the way, because we don't have any tests. 10, 15, 10, 15. Will it work? Okay. Scraping job is fine. This works fine. Blocking works fine, I guess. Let's see. There's any errors? No, we don't have any errors in console. Very nice. Everything is blocking. Should we prevent people from clicking blocking on libraries that have version 3 release? This one is interesting. What do you think, chat? Because currently it's kind of dumb. So I can say bsum. It's gonna find bsum, and I can click blocking. It's blocking me, but bsum is free only. So the same, Magnum. Yeah, and it's blocking me. Right. Okay. Does it make any? It doesn't make any sense. So this one bit, I think we should probably fix this, because it's not only a nitpick, it's just dumb. It just doesn't bring any value. So what do you think, chat? Because it's actually more convoluted. If we make it illegal to vote on a project that has any of those artifacts published for version 3 of the language, it might be misleading. We might lose some signal. So it's balancing act between people clicking on projects that are only for free, like Magnum, that is blocking. It's stupid, but we don't prevent it right now. But I think there are projects that have multiple artifacts, and you can be blocked by one of the artifacts. So should we choose clean signal, or should we choose more noise but without losing any data? Given that we don't want to waste time, the decision is simple. We don't want to change the code, as that is just more effort to prevent people from clicking that for projects that are free only. Cool. So this seems fine. The whole thing basically seems fine. Let's try and get it running on dev environment. And before we complete that, I just want to make absolutely sure that we have cleaned up everything to do. We only have this. And are we using... we aren't using attempt here. We could run attempt with, this way. Attempt catches things. It's a stupid extension that just converts previous expression into expression wrapped in try and returning either. So it's actually map head option now, and yeah, does it work this way? Does it compile? No, not really. Oh, right. Oh, cool. That is true, actually, because we commented that out. Do we have more of that? Yeah. Clean up. Just clean up. Yes. You can get inspired. Oh, it's not map. It's flat map now. Okay. Done. And the same bit is here. Yes. Attempt. And that's fine. Uh, Nothing broke, I guess. Yeah. So, we didn't do this test. We don't really have a lot of proper testing. This is shitty rate limiting. Um, let's go. Let's go to. If this works, we're just gonna mark this as 010 and publish that and deploy the pod. So I was thinking about the infrastructure. I think we can share the database with dev environment. I don't want to remove dev it's useful to see how things will behave. But what isn't very nice is that we need to have some degree of separation. So I was thinking about creating a separate schema in the Postgres for prod deployment. So we can have garbage in public, and that's fine because if you connect with PSQL, you can break stuff there. But I wouldn't want that on proper deployment. I would like to have that in a separate schema with proper credentials. Not that it really matters, but security in depth. Cool. And get status, get add. Do we have to do that here now? I think we should just go with pull me up, and after that we see that everything is working on dev environment. It's called app prod. Yeah, we're gonna have to clean that up. Everything is prod here. There's no dev. Okay, ingress is dev, but we can switch that easily. So maybe we will just leverage this, change the domain to Scala today, and this will be our stack for prod. And we'll just copy that, make a. I mean, we don't have to change it. We can use the same stack. I mean, the same code to just create another stack with app dev, and then deploy to that ingress. So we can make this a configuration value, and it just works. Cool. Yeah, it deployed, and since it did, we should be free to go here. Type akka, and yes, search works. Okay. So this is great. Let's try and see if we have any interesting logs from that. Less. Okay, migration has succeeded and it's restarting. Oh, and yeah, I did drop something. Log query. We don't really need that anymore. It's just a utility. Yeah, but it's a proof of concept. We can do that. We don't need Java logging. Cool. So this is just fine. We can commit everything. Oh, one level too low. And sorry, have to enter the secret. Okay, and git push origin main. Cool. Okay, so plan for now is because we have to do this, small amount of switches here. Create deployment stack for dev, deploy to dev, migrate the database. There's a lot of moving to make a deployment to prod. Actually, in this regard, we can drop this bit because we aren't using that anymore. I think I think we'll do the break now. I'll go with a lunch, and after that, we'll do changes to the infrastructural stuff, which isn't, it's not a lot of stuff to do. We only need to change this to be configurable, and oh, it's gonna run at the same Kubernetes, by the way, with the dev. So it's a bit more stuff. We have to move labels in the dev, obviously, so it's gonna be app dev. DB is going to be the same. Oh, right. Oh, there's a tricky bit. We want to share database. Or maybe we shouldn't. But I don't really want to run two Postgres instances. So if we want to share database, it's gonna be a bit more hacky to do that. Kind of sounds like we should take the database and put it into a separate stack, and then refer to that from using a stack reference. That would be the proper way of doing things. Okay, I'll think about it during lunch. So I'll be back in like 35 minutes, and we'll continue deployment to prod because, as you can see, the dev is running just fine. Cool, see you in a moment. Bye. Welcome back. Okay, so the last bit for today is to actually deploy this to production. So we're gonna feint a bit. We're gonna hide the fact that we are using the deployment that is dedicated for prod, and we're gonna improve that so that it is using proper passwords, things like that. And there's the question of the database. Do we want to have two databases, or do we want to have just one? It would be good to probably see what is the workload and how resources look like. I would like to see the outputs of the stack. Oh yeah, the node IP. We need a command with the key. Well, we are using this key here. What is the path to key? Login iris pkcs config file. No. I have a vague recollection it was N. Probably not. No, that's a host name. CTL path, CTL command, tune. Oh, god damn it. Nope. It doesn't work with that. That's a bit surprising. It has to be this IP. And it has to be this key. So why is it asking me for password? Oh, god damn. Of course. System restart required. Thank you, Ubuntu. How are we doing? Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, our application is idling on a pretty high, amount of Java, of amount of CPU, to say around 10%. That's kind of weird, but it's doing something because Kubernetes is triggering requests every second, I think, to see whether the pod is still active. should we have another instance of Postgres? I guess that's the easiest thing to do, to be honest. Let's just separate them completely. So db, app db, those things will stay as they are. This will be taken from configuration. Yes. Those things can be hard-coded. Not a big deal. Now I think we also need additional thing here. Because I don't want to redeploy the whole thing. It would delete the whole namespace, and that would be kind of bad. So we don't want to do that. Now namespace suffix, we are going to do this here. Namespace suffix map. We can't do this. This will change the deployment. So suffix will have to have the whole thing on its own. So we want to prepend this symbol, but if we do this, even if it's empty, it's gonna change things. No, we can't. We have to put this logic here. Yeah, something like that. So I have to provide, for prod we have to provide this empty. And the same thing applies here. Okay. Well, I think the same bit applies to this thing. Just have to check one thing. What is the expectation? Oh, keys have to be static. Well, that's not great. So keys have to be static, but the whole thing doesn't have to be static. It's an input. So we can do okay, and the same bit applies here. Yeah, that requires additional parentheses around the if. And now it should compile just fine. Cool. What else do we have to change? Would be a good idea to just run it and see the if we have messed up anything, because if we did, we will get a nice information about it. Let's run just the comparison. There shouldn't be any differences. Oh, it will fail because we don't have a configuration setting. That's fine. It's a namespace suffix and we want it to be specifically empty. Okay, looks empty. There should be no differences in comparison to what exists. Ingress host, okay. We also set this configuration value. Config set ingress host, and that will be still dev Scala today. $11 resources unchanged. So we have a pure diff. We don't want to apply that. There's nothing to apply, which is fine, which is great. We have control over that, and now we can deploy to dev. Let's see. There's probably a scrape job running. It's still running, isn't it? Oh yeah, it's still scraping. I'm just gonna assume that it's not going to do anything special, so I would like to have the db dump, and let's download that. I mean, let's drop the PG restore. To be honest, I don't want to kill my local database again. So let's just fetch the database as it is. Just in. Actually, just not just in case. We want it to be available so that we can recreate the dev database out of it. We don't have nice stuff that people from Postgres are working on, which is forking, like forking the database at a point of time. That's a very nice, a very neat idea, I have to say. We don't have that. Um, yeah, let's have this handy in projects folder. Now the important bit is let's deploy dev first and then promote the current dev to prod. Okay. So how do we do this? We do Pulumi stack. It will show us what stacks. Oh, the current stack, which is up prod. We can list them. If we do stack init, we have new stack. So there's no resources in that. And what is even worse is that we don't have any configuration values for that. I'm wondering, because I wanted to have production running with proper set of credentials for database, because currently that's garbage. It's even stored as a non-secret because it's just garbage. So that would actually involve some manual steps, because I done goofed that basically. I didn't run anything that would improve the situation before. And if we want to promote the current thing, I guess the easiest way to do this is to just do this manually. We could do this with Pulumi. Pulumi has a provider for Postgres, so we could basically write our migration step here, but it's just a bit too time consuming, I would say. We have like 2 hours left on the stream, and I want to get this out of the gates. So how do we move current database? Alternatively, we can do something else. We can load the current we can load the current situation, because as you might remember, there are no votes yet, hopefully. I don't know if you went there and you are doing any voting stuff already. We can check. Probably not, but you know. Port forward db, yes. Do this. PSQL, yes. Yes. No votes yet. Cool. So all the other tables beside votes are actually the state. So all the other tables are overridable. So they are overwritten on each scraping job, and that's fine. That makes them quite easy to deal with. The only problem I have is that let's try with dev, and if we can't do this with dev, I would probably prefer to create a separate schema, then reload database into that schema, set up proper accounts, configure them, and then it's done. And we would never use, we would not use public again. I mean, we could use public from dev environment. So we could leave it as it is in dev. Okay, but yeah, no, the superpower is that we can create another set of another set of environments on the same cluster. So Pulumi stack ls, Pulumi select stack select app prod, Pulumi config, and this is what I want to see. Pulumi stack select app dev, and we need to provide a lot of that stuff. Select no config set ingress host. Yes, this is the same bit. Namespace suffix is gonna be different. It's gonna be dev. Now DB password. We don't care about that at all in dev. Okay. Zone ID is the same. Okay. We have to, until this is pull request that I'm using is merged. I talked with Adrian about this today, said he will merge it shortly, so we are going to still use dev deployment of index of Scala.dex, but it's gonna change. So we can live with that for now. We are going to change that for prod later on. Okay, so the only bit left now is the Cloudflare token. I'm gonna hide my screen from you to be able to work with that. And that is Cloudflare token. It's a secret. Nope. How do we do this? Just checking that everything is fine. Okay. Looks like it's all fine. So we have configuration for dev, and I think we're ready to go. Let's see. Let's hope we don't bork anything up. Let's start with a preview. Okay. Now the tricky bit is we can't apply that because it's gonna conflict on Cloudflare API level. So what can we do? We could cut off the current deployment. It's fairly easy to do. We would just drop this resource. That's gonna cause a small disruption. Okay, what's the problem? A records, it's unused. I know. It's fine. I know it's unused. Oh, it's gonna now shout that other stuff is unused too. That's not a big problem. Now imports will be unused. Yes. Good. Keeping the quality up. What? Nodes is unused? Really? Okay. Anything else is unused? No, it's fine now. Let's see. It should just drop the Cloudflare stuff. Yeah. The provider is down. The record is down too. So yes, this is prod. This will delete a entry to the dev. Oh, that's not good. It means that the token has well, it's been terminated. Okay, that demands some more setup here. So let me hide my work again and fetch another token. Okay, I did set the new one. Can we drop that? Oh, right. No, not really. So we have to recreate the provider. And this is actually quite funny. So we cannot destroy that. It's one bit of of Pulumi logic that I don't really like, that if you create providers manually, you are then forced to refresh them manually if any underlying token goes bust. Okay, so let me show you how it's going to go. So I have to update. You can see that API token for Cloudflare provider has changed. I have to recreate that because the token itself, and that's the funny bit, is stored encrypted inside of the state of Pulumi because we have the resource. So we have this bit. So the resource is holding the token, and now it was, the token from the past that has expired, and now it should work just fine if we want to drop that. Now this is going to complain about nodes and about this import and about this bit because it's not defined anymore. Okay, it compiled. Let's see. Okay, drop the provider, drop the record. Cool. Okay, so now go to this one. I have to do this bit again, this little dance with Pulumi, and now we should be able to deploy that without any conflicts. Let's see. This bit is gonna take a while. So in the meantime, oh, right, I didn't comment that. It can go, it can run in the next apply. Not a big problem. Should have noticed that. Cool. Now it will notice that we have the DNS set up and no. Or did I forget to save that? CF provider, cool. Okay, I did forget that. A records. Oh, it's unused. Of course. A records here and pull me up and drum roll, yes. Cool. So kubectl get pods. Yes, it is running kubectl updef kubectl logs up. What's going on? It's doing scraping. It's scraping stuff. And it migrated everything to the separate database. Okay, that's nice. Do we want to override that process and just connect to the database. And, override this database with the whole thing. I guess so, yes, because currently it will take about 6 hours for this job to finish. And we wanted to test stuff. So the funny bit is we should probably stop the deployment of app on dev, like completely stop it, because if we don't do that, it will. I think that the DDL in PG Restore is transactional, but I don't want to risk it. I mean, it's not like we can corrupt the database, and it's not like we care if it's corrupted. It's just dev environment. Let's try our luck. So I have this. I have this file, this dump of the database in projects here, db SQL. So we have to connect to this database. Okay. How do we connect that? Pulumi what I'm talking about, kubectl, port forward. Now ndb, we want to connect to this database, and it's running on 5433. Now we have this script here. Yes, we are going to use this script. Is anything wrong? No, looks fine. Okay. Page restore. Oh shit. It shut the bed. No idea why. Stop. Try again. Why? I don't get the PG restore. Chat, do you have any ideas? Is this like a weather thing, or if we go there, is it true? Well, outer table, drop constraint. Oh, maybe because it's not doing stuff transactionally, and those things are missing there. I don't know. Let's try and see if it finishes completely. Missing data. Awesome. Is it a broken dump? Or is there any other different problem? Is it going to show this HJ fruit whatever stuff? Yeah, it is. Shit. We probably have a broken dump. Wonderful. Right. I don't want this to happen either. pgdump is kinda bad, or I'm just too incompetent to know how to use it properly. But you know, okay, just to be absolutely sure, delete this, and that's the one. Invalid syntax for timestamps. What the heck? What is going on? Is it why is it that hard to recreate a database? Oh, maybe that's the reason. Huh. But that is not doing that. That's not using this. So that's 139 megabytes. And this one is 142. Hmm. Okay. Well, what else we can do? Holy shit. The dump is broken for some reason. Yeah, I think we're gonna just try running that instead with the funny grave mistake that I did before. But this time it's planned. Missing data. Well, it's like I don't get it. It's try or fail. Are we getting some errors from kubectl that it breaks the download? Missing data. For fuck's sake. No idea what's happening here. Yeah, but we should probably stop leaving things to blind luck. Maybe we should change the script to just output things to a file, local file on the container. Shit. Still broken. Yeah, it's a truncated tar. Holy shit. Okay, this is bad. So can I do something like that? I think we have to extend this and with a -c like this. No, directory non-existent. Which one? This? It makes sense, yeah. Let's try this. pgdump and kubectl pair from hell. Kubectl exec. Yes, exactly this. cdtmp dbdump. What's up here? What's going on? 16 megabytes. Cool. So this dumps the whole thing out of that. Is it going to take the whole directory? We are clean here. Oh, the script dropped the directory. That's fine. That's fine. Now we should be able to fetch that. Is it here? Oh, come on. Yes. So it did copy that. Okay. Okay. Let's try again. Oh, this is tedious. Okay, so we have a connection. It's asking for permissions. Cool. Is it a full file? Is it a full file? It should be a full file now. kubectl is not in the way. I mean, hopefully. Okay, yeah, this looks almost fine. I guess we could do something like that again. And now the database should be complete with all the constraints, and it should work just fine. We shouldn't see any dumb errors, I hope. Well, it didn't shit the bed, so fingers crossed. It looks promising. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so this is for the local database. We could even make an argument, but I hate bash, so we're not gonna do that. Cool. We have a full deployment. We could see, and this is gonna be probably kind of funny. kubectl and app dev logs app deployment, because I have a feeling it failed because we basically moved the database out of its it failed, and that's actually fine. Yeah, that relation doesn't exist, so the scraping job failed, and that's fine. I think the log is there's a lot of those logs. Nice. Scraping failed. Well, yeah, scraping failed. It doesn't matter. It can fail. We've just taken the full database and replaced that, so scraping can run again later on. Cool. So, what do we do next? If we switch stack, our stack right now, it's not kubectl. My brain is starting to act up. So we are on that app dev. Select app prod, excuse me. Okay, and we are on app prod now. So let's go to this piece of code. Let's see configuration, config. Now, this is all fine with one small change. Ingress host, let's deploy to Scala today and pull me up. Now this is going to recreate everything, including the missing A record. Oh, we have an A record. Why? We shouldn't. Oh, that's app dev. Excuse me. So just to be absolutely sure, on this stack we have no DNS record, which is exactly what we wanted, because we wanted to remove it, and now we'll recreate that with correct domain. So yeah, state diff is fine. Ingress is changed. That's true, because we're changing the configuration for the ingress. Here, it's changed here. So the actual value is being compared in the diff. And yeah, we want to perform this update. Yes, way to go. Let's take a look. Scala today. We should have 2 entries. View more analytics, DNS, dev, and Scala today. Cool. The same server. We are sharing infrastructure because I'm cheap. And ta-da! Cool. Well, nice version, I have to say. Cool. It's good that we have rewritten the logic for version parsing, because this would definitely make it go belly up. So, dear viewers, what is the last bit of work to do? It would be nice. I know we are running in Kubernetes and everything is inside of the private network, but it's still, something, behind my ear, and it's not that safe, because we could have this DB user and DB password as correct roles. How do we do that? How do we do this? And given that we already share the code between dev and prod, it is kinda tricky. Just a little bit. If I add some additional Pulumi code to create roles in the database, that would probably work. That would probably be fine, unless we get a conflict, because on dev we are using credentials for public schema that already exist, and we want to switch them on prod. So maybe the best move would be to just create those roles manually and then just encode them. But then it's not reproducible. We can't redeploy that without a manual step, which is kind of shitty, if you ask me, because it defeats the whole purpose of infrastructure as code. So we should have that happening either in application migrations or application migrations would be kind of difficult a little bit without having migrations in code. If we had migrations in code, I think it would be doable. But if we have this bit here, yeah, could we do this? Yeah, I want this one. Bing, bing, bing. So, we can create roles using this thing. Is this the thing that we want to do, actually? If we do that, we'll also probably need to recreate schema, right? The command that we were running in the fetchdb script, it was restore goes, so D, it's the database, right? So it's the schema. The DB name, connect to database name. Where's you? Oh, username. Host port username. Wait, so what is the logical structure of a Postgres database? It's the database and it has multiple schemas, right? So I'm conflating. I think it was in MySQL. It was equivalent. Mm, so it's a schema, right? There is a schema, yeah. Oh, come on, what is wrong with you? Can't be clicked? Wow, that's a weird bug. We can click on extension, cool, but schema is unclickable? Why? What's going on? Consent manager. This bit? No, no, no. Cool. Overlay with full width schema. Yeah, we can create a new schema, but the dump would go into its own public schema. Oh, okay. I don't really want to do anything around that if it's so time consuming. So how about we just drop the default role? How about we create a role and drop the default role? So, well, let's take a look at the PostgreSQL Docker image. No, that's Postgres. How does it is it configurable the same way as the default Postgres image? I don't think it is. Yeah, it creates its own stuff. So so we're probably root, right? I mean, we have the highest set of permissions. I have a feeling that this Docker image that they have is for fun only. It's GHCR. Okay, I think we are on 2.8.2. There's new version available of this image. Oh, one interesting bit is something that I should have considered before. Because if you can take a look here, we don't have volumes, and that's a big problem if you think about it closely, because it's a stateful set, but it's still Um, it still doesn't have any volume to store the data. So if the spec doesn't say to do that, it's, oh, that's not good. That's really not good. We need a dump of the database, and quickly, by the way. Yeah, let me grab a cup of tea, and I'll be back with you in a moment. Hey chat. So I have figured it out. I have an idea what we can do. First thing is that we have to kill the defense because we don't have any other way, to be perfectly honest, to test that, and we don't have a better way to do what we actually need to do. So what we have to start with is, because we are going to roll out both environments from ground up, we need to create volumes. And the fact that we didn't do that is kind of negligent. So first, I guess we should just take down the dev environment completely, and we will roll it out progressively. Or the other thing I was thinking about, we could go to main. We could extend our configuration a bit. We could do something like that. And then do something like that. And that's fine. We can do something like that. So now this is build 21. Okay, and inside this is now 21, 21, 21, 21. It's here. This isn't going to compile because we don't have this key. Yes, and the error is that we don't have the run scraping jobs. Which is false. We don't want that. Not for now, at least. So, how do we do this? We need to recreate dev, and we need dev to have volume. So, without volumes, we're in a very bad spot. If the database is restarted, I think it will lose. It will lose the data. So, volumes. We need in the spec for pod and in the template, I think it was volume claim templates. Yes. Yeah. Can do something like that. It doesn't matter because the provider that we have won't be. It's a volume resource requirement args. Yeah, and now we have to mount this volume. Volume mounts list. Yes. Let's name it data. And this should be fine. Now, what it means, we have to drop the whole dev-env. Just to make sure, yes. Because if we don't do this, what will happen? Let's see the diff. I'm very curious about the diff it's gonna be hard. Yeah, you can't even do this. You can't change anything when you have a stateful set. So yeah, we cannot recreate that. We have to drop the whole bit. Um, we could, you know, do something stupid like dropping the whole thing this way, comment it out, make this in a deployment where it would drop the whole thing. It will just drop the stateful set. If we compile that, it will complain about this bit being missing. I guess we can just comment that out. Okay, and now we just have this bit that also requires commenting out, and that now it compiles. So we could drop the database this way. Maybe it's a smaller change. Let's see the diff. Okay, so stateful set is deleted. Yeah, unfortunately. So once it's it's being deleted right now, I don't think deletion of stateful set works this way. By the way, so we're gonna see if it's gonna do this magic or not. Yeah, it's unused. It's unused because I commented this out here. Now it's fine. Oh, it did. It did drop it. Okay, so let's pull me up that. Now it should be recreated. Yes. Yes, I want this update. Okay. In other news, we should fetch the database as it is. So everything after this is commented out. Okay, and it was created. That's very nice. That's very good. kubectl and dbdev get pods cool logs postgres ml1 0 starting dashboard is fine. kubectl and db port forward. Come on, port forward and the okay. So we have this bit. Now we want to do this bit. Okay, and pg restore. So not the local database, remote on dev, which is here. Okay, that worked fine. Um, Now what about roles? We didn't do anything about that. And the Docker image isn't exactly what I wanted in terms of security. So should we try and figure out the story? PSQL, let's see how it looks like. Okay, we have the database. It's been recreated. Dev Scala today should work just fine. It seems to be fine. Now, the problem is, how do we check state of users? I think it was in the Postgres schemas about meta schemas. DU, right. So there's a root account. Wonder what the what could be the password there? Okay, at least it's not root. Hello, what's up, Oxmalby? I wonder what is the user Postgres account password will be what? Postgres? No. It's not Postgres? No. I would prefer to have none of them, or at least change their passwords to something else. So yeah, alter role. I guess we can do this. This is just PostgreSQL garbage. Doesn't tell us anything about how this image is built. Role arcs. Okay. So can we drop? I mean, can we kill our own role? If we connect to PostgreSQL, I think we can do anything. So we could connect to this. The only thing that I want to do is set passwords, and I would like to create a role that is limited, that is very locked down, that would serve as the role for the application, so that application doesn't have too many permissions, because right now it's running with super user role. So yeah, how do we do this? How do we make this, more reinforced? Like, how do we harden the Docker image? First bit is probably we're going to need the Pulumi PostgreSQL. Shouldn't be hard at all. I believe we have this published. We can change the version of Pulumi core. I mean, should we? In the middle of work? Probably not. Now, what is the current version? What is the current release? v3.11.1. I'm not sure whether we already have that published. We should try. Nope. But what we can do is bsum and oh, fun stuff. We don't have versions in this table. So bsum. Oh, that's gonna be shitty. This search is shitty. Yeah, Sonatype Central, Maven Central, yes. Okay, 3.11.0. Okay. Fine. So I guess we have to start with a provider. Let's see. I don't think I ever did this before. Bsum API, PostgreSQL. Cool. Now, when we create the database, I think we are creating, yes, we have JDBC URL here, but this is a JDBC URL, so probably not what the provider expects. Anyway, provider, yes. Now, do we know how this is configured? Is this how it's configured? AWS, what? Okay, database host. Okay. Host. Yes, apparently we could just reuse that, so let's move it a little lower. And this is the host. Postgres port, that's a static, yes. Database. Do we want to switch the database? I don't think so. I would like to have all the nifty Postgres stuff there. I mean Postgres ML stuff. I don't know if it's we'll be forced to recreate the extensions. So let's stay with Postgres ML database. Now we want to change stuff. We don't need the provider here. Quite definitely. So you are mistaken. It goes into opts. Yes. And now role arcs. No. So this is PostgreSQL. At this point in time, so this is actually tricky because the provider is going to be created with stuff that we want to change. And we have to take that into consideration because the code has to change between subsequent executions of the plan. So what do I mean by that? When we do the first deployment of this will be PostgreSQL. We can switch that completely, but we want to change the role. So we want to change the usernames, password. This will stay the way it is, but we want to modify that. So the subsequent change, subsequent deployment will have to take this value from configuration because it's going to be changed already after the plan is applied. App role. Why login? Oh, that's actually true. Yeah. So we want to create the role. It's gonna use this secret DB user and DB password. What is else that it's going to have? Connection limits? No. Create database? No. It's not a super user. It's fine. No, we don't need anything of that. So modified. So we have 3 roles here. And now I'm, wondering what will happen if we do this. So we modify existing role. It should work, but that depends on how the provider is written. Okay. I'm just, curious to see what happens if we run this. And the last one is Okay. And the other roles are modified Postgres role, modified root role, modified PostgreSML role. Let's see. Um, I'm wondering if we can actually do this way. Yeah, let's see. Okay, we have a dump. I would like to copy that. Cool. Let's see what the plan is and whether it will do what we want. Yeah. What? Okay. So error creating role PostgreSML. PostgreSML already exists. What is the problem? kubectl get pods a. I guess the service is fine, isn't it? No such host. Okay, maybe the host has to be in a complete form. But in this case, it's sad that PostgreSML already exists. Huh. Not sure what to think about that. Okay. Is it unable to dial that? No such host. No. It's the same set of errors. Interesting. What XXXX? What the hell is that? Postgres TCP lookup. Weird. It's the correct name. Yeah, it's up and running just fine. Huh. and oh, is it? Oh, oh, oh my! I completely forgot. Oh, that's not that easy, unfortunately. Mm, so it's trying to connect as if it was, if my machine was in the cluster. My machine is not in the cluster. Database is in the cluster. So yeah, that's a small problem. We could just say use localhost. We could then do we can do something like kubectl port forward and db dev, do something like that, and say 5433 5432. We can say 5433 here and then create those roles just to see whether this will work. Okay, everything failed, but this time we at least know that this roles already exist, and that if they do, it's not really happy to just make them, modify them. I think we would have to use the importing feature. So I think it was part of the options. Protect, ignore changes version, no. Import ID. So yeah, import ID. I guess that's the only way we can do this. By the way, I don't think we have this configured, and we shouldn't do this because it's going to override this thing. So just for curiosity's sake, I'm gonna comment that out. We're gonna get back to this bit. But import ID, yeah, definitely. This is the Postgres rule. So let's try and see whether we can convince Pulumi that it should just assume that those things exist. This one doesn't even have provider. Nope. Okay, that's not gonna go as easily as I hoped. It's already past 5. I don't have any bright ideas about that. Maybe with a separate stack that would be more feasible. So what can we do? Beside the fact, as far as I know, it already works and it has the volume. So what can we do actually? No, we don't want port forward. Let's get kubectl describe pod db dev. Yes, exactly. So it has a volume. This is fine. Now, interesting bit is we want the same bit of logic to happen on our current prod environment. And I have no idea how we can approach the problem of role passwords without doing that manually. I mean, we could do this in a migration in the app. And then force the app to use a different password. We could do this manually inside of a migration. But on the other hand, we are using static migrations on the class path as SQL scripts, so they would have to contain secrets, which is bad. It's tricky. Changing the password of a running application. Yeah, it's probably not possible without a small downtime. I'll figure it out anyway. Yeah, so we have to fix prod environment because it's still not running with, if we do the same thing here, there's no volume here, there's just the access token volume. So what did we do for that? I think that this bit with this bit, now it will complain about some imports not being used. That's fine. We have to change the, so current stack is appdef, app prod, kubec pulumi up, and let's see the plan. So we should drop the stateful set, modify the deployment. This is important because the modified deployment is now using the option run scraping job false. So we are going to redeploy that in a moment with true. Okay. And yes, let's drop the database and recreate that. Just, to see logs in app deployment, that's the prod one. It should just start. Yeah, it's not doing anything. So now it's deleting the database, and any person accessing that application would see errors. I mean, an empty table, basically. Oh no, it would just 500 on that, which is not exactly nice. So now we have to uncomment stuff. It's unused, so it's going to complain about this line not being out commented. Okay, and now should be able to do another change. Create a database. Cool. So the last bit for now is to just connect this database. Now pg restore that. Okay, the database has been restored, and we should be able to go to Scala today. Yeah, and it is working. It is working now. kubectl logs. The deployment, as you can see, nothing has changed here. So it's not doing anything in regard to scraping. We should enable scraping. To do that, we just change this flag here, and we go pull me up again. So it notifies with the diff that we actually are changing one of the properties of the deployment, and it's a configuration property, so the application has to be redeployed. That's fine. Okay. And yeah, it's going. Cool. So I'm not gonna I don't want to enable scraping on dev, so we're gonna stay with the state as it is on dev for now, because I don't want to hit the rate limiter, because 2 instances would scrape the Scala index. So dev can run with scraping with false. That's fine. I think that's it for today. I'm not really satisfied with the outcome that we don't have those passwords fixed, but it's in the Kubernetes cluster, so maybe it's not that bad for time being. Git status, git add. Oh, we have to fix the script because I did mess it up. And yeah, the number here is correct. This is the local instance. I probably should just expose the local instance as not 5432, but just something like 7654, and that would be more obvious that it's local. Other than that, looks fine, I guess. Git add. Oh, I have a kubeconfig. That's bad. Was it committed? Holy shit. Oh my god. Yeah. How did it... What's the diff? I mean, I shouldn't show you that. But... oh, yeah, the namespace is different. Okay, I fucked it up. So I published the kubeconfig file. Great job. Very professional. So yeah, it's good that I have the full backup because I have to basically scrap the whole thing. Yeah, and finishing on this happy note, git status, git restore. We don't need to change that. And you know, you always should remember about things like that. Good to notice that. Okay, I have to go, so thank you and see you next time. Cheers.